Hello. Hello, everyone. So let's talk about this. I'm gonna finally give you guys a rating here. Just give me a second. As things become slower and slower for the ever-connected interwebs, the interwebs of the internets, and the Googles and the YouTubes. Okay, so let's talk about Elden Ring and the DLC. Let's finally give you guys a fair rating. And I'm going to talk about this boss. Because this boss needs to be talked about. So, my official objective overall grade for the base game Elden Ring itself, minus Shadow of the Erdtree, would be somewhere around a 9.3, objectively. All things considered, removing my own bias. If I'm rating Erdtree DLC by itself, that's arrived at around an 8.5. And part of that is this boss. Now, let's talk about why Elden Ring is not 100% perfect, but it's a 9.3. That's pretty good. Let's talk about a couple of those things. And also, let me assure you that if I'm not removing my own bias from it, I would sit here and be like, it's 12 out of 10. I love that. I would just, I wouldn't care. But I have to remove my own bias from that, and I have to be critical of certain things, and I have to be fair. So, with that being said, I think we all know where I'm going. I think we all know where I'm going. And, this, again, this was not something that just happened. This was something that happened a couple times. A few times, I should say, maybe. And so, when there are some times where you can seemingly explain why you would do something, but then do the opposite, for example, here. Because the audience pathway is the precursor, the site of grace that you get before Rykard. So when you get one before and after, it's a little confusing. See, I have a set of grace down here too. It's just a little bit confusing when we have conflicting things like that. So again, my point is that in order for me to get to this really hard boss, this dragon that was here, I had to go here, do some really tough running past a bunch of enemies, parkour, remember where it was. The parkour wasn't too difficult, but you have to remember where it is. It'd be easy to miss it and fall off. And the enemies there, even at my level, at the level that I'm at, very difficult. Very, very difficult. And again, this is not even Erdtree here. This is Shadowlands stuff. I'm sorry, Shadowlands, yeah. You know what I mean. You know what I mean. The lands between. I was confining Shadow Realm with lands. Yada yada. Anyway, let's go back to Erdtree stuff. that's why Elden Ring doesn't get like 100% perfect score, like a 10 out of 10. But honestly, it's nitpicking. The game is so good. Now, as far as Erdtree, we're gonna let's talk about a couple of different things here. Let's just go here. This boss. This frickin' thing. So, after trying and trying and trying and trying and trying, I get to the point where he disappears into the sky and does a completely blind attack that you can't see. And then that's the end of it. Or there's a completely unblockable attack where he does it like twice in a row and it just depletes your entire health. And it forces you backwards. So, I want to assure you, all this means is that most people and the internet are abhorrently incorrect, just absurdly wrong about the level you're supposed to be when you're fit. I swear to God, it's just a level scaling issue. And most people still haven't done the math, I think. I think those who know, know. And I'm not going to say it. I want you to do the work yourself, and I want you to figure out what I'm talking about. But if you know what I'm talking about as you level, yeah, it's not going to matter. If you know what I'm talking about, you've done the math, or you've looked it up, you know what I'm talking about. You already know. So it's just a level scaling thing. Honestly, I truthfully think the amount of times that I asked Gemini about something too, and I mean, yeah, all right, it's been wrong about a couple things, but we know why that was. We know why. Relating to this, I think it's just the fact that most people on the internet, because it's just extrapolating from what players are going to post and what the internet knows and stuff. I think that truthfully most people have gotten it incorrect. The level scaling, the level you're supposed to be at when you come to Erdtree. I think a lot of people watch some top streamers that know everything about the game and have played through the game 7-8 times. And so, like, watching somebody like that's so used to doing everything, sure, they're going to maximize the builds 100%, 150%, because, you know, the extra 50 is the times now where they've gone through 7-8 times, and now maybe they even now they've seen something that they didn't get all those other times because the game's that big. So you have to understand that I truthfully think that if the game has that much to it, that there's still things that we're figuring out about it. And I think one of the things that I'm organically figuring out, and some people are figuring out watching me, is that it is level scaling. You know, some people are going to come to Erdtree at, you know, early hundreds probably, because maybe some stuff in Elden Ring wasn't too difficult for them and they just know how to play the game. They come right to Erdtree or whatever it is that they can get to Erdtree that quickly. Some people are going to be, you know, they're going to be playing for a while and they just want to play. They just want to level up and play. They don't necessarily care about, you know, playing fast or anything like that, and they're just getting stuff, extra stuff. And just like with me, you know, might be, you know, a higher level once they get here, and maybe didn't look anything up, maybe didn't follow a guide or anything like that, and they're doing some stuff wrong, or, you know, like, it's really that simple. Wrong, essentially, you know, like wrong for the build, I guess, to maximize it. So in essence, some of those people that you're watching that are so used to maximizing those builds and getting out of it, even they're figuring some of that stuff out too, that after 7-8 times, now they've added another 50% where they're like, wow, I didn't even realize this. You know, and some of that comes out of the fact that urge rescaling is such that maybe some of those people that have played the game 7-8 times, maybe they haven't even gotten to a certain point in urge tree. They just sort of stopped, kind of put it down for a while. They were happy with beating, you know, the final boss or whatever. So anyway, yeah, yes, he is the final boss. Part of the reason for that, I didn't realize until I got to, you know, obviously that second part, and then seeing the cutscene and everything like that. You know, he's consort right on and stuff like that. It's like, oh, okay, you know, and then hearing the dialogue and stuff like that, it's pretty cool. So it actually makes a lot of sense, but at the same time, now you have to rationalize, well, if that's the dialogue and he really is this dude where the first time you faced him, again, if we're just talking about Starscourge Radon, you listen, that guy, you summoned how many different people to you know what I mean, like, how many different people did you summon to get, we're talking about this. How many different summons did you summon? You know, when you come on, man. A lot. Okay, this guy is huge. He took out this whole, like, that's the whole point. That's what happened. This guy's pissed, you know. He's unstoppable. Anyway, the whole point is that if he is that absolutely unstoppable, and it took this much to stop him, and like he is this destructive like this, you need to understand and comprehend what it would actually take. And the fact that this guy has celestial powers too, yeah, alright, that makes sense that he would be able to kind of warp and stuff like that. Like top tier power. Okay. Alright. So, you know, just stop sucking, you know. keep going. You're not there yet. And I think that's what most people haven't figured out, is that for those who have hit Erdtree at the point they did, where maybe some of them were just streamers and stuff like that were playing the game as much as they could, and because let's be honest, you know, it takes a lot. Yeah, you know, you're not going to figure those things out or necessarily know those things. And it takes work. It takes work because there's so many times when I'll look something up and it's incorrect, and I'm like, why? It doesn't make any sense. Why would it be incorrect? Now I have to figure out why it's incorrect. Because it may actually, the whole point is that you might be wrong. You might think it's incorrect, and then now you're going on a trail. Like, this has happened a couple of times now where it's just conflicting information. And it'll start with usually just finding something where it's an outdated article or something like that, like maybe like early on or something. Not necessarily article, but something where I'm not using the wiki where I should have done that or something like that. So that's a huge tool anymore, and it's a good one too. But even beyond that, the level scaling in the normal game does not feel even remotely close to what it does in Erdtree. It's to the second power. It's not multiplied by 2, it's to the second power. If you would... Does that make sense? It's exponential. I think it's supposed to feel that way. Because it's getting you ready for him. Because otherwise you... Like, there's a reason why... Each time you come... I at least it felt like this to me. Every time I was in a new area, every time I got to a new area in Erdtree, I had to really figure that area out and spend some time there. And I think it's designed that way to make you want to do that. Sort of like the Abyssal Woods, where this is pretty late at this point. And sort of conveniently, the one mechanic that you would need is the one mechanic I'm not doing, like, the whole game. I don't really have much of a reason to do this. I just roll, you know? And the one mechanic that you need to get these things in the Abyssal Woods, you know, these things that are really annoying that you can't get them, you have to know how to parry. You have to be able to take your shield and parry. And it's, you know, obviously as a caster, you know, while I enjoyed starting with the Jelly Shield, you know, for purposes of boosting, you know, certain things and just having a little bit of a shield, I never really used it for parry. But here, yeah, I'd immediately learn how to do that, obviously, if I wanted to take these things out. So it was a little bit of a, you know, obviously I knew about the concept, you know, it's just, you know, a lot of them are your interchangeable buttons and stuff like that, so obviously I knew about the concept, but I just had to figure out the parry window and just sort of immediately learn that skill for the game. So, you know, had to do that. So a lot of this is going to be filling in those gaps where, yeah, you have these gigantic lists of things in here that you haven't, you know, done a whole lot with, maybe. Or maybe you have, and maybe there's like just a section you haven't done anything with. Erdtree is gonna take care of that, especially around here. Especially around here. Right around here is where you're gonna be like, oh, this is getting serious. That's some serious stuff. And then you'll get here, and you'll have no clue. Because where is it? Isn't it here? This area is actually pretty tough to navigate. So you'll come here at first, and you'll be like wandering around on these tree limbs. No. Just keep going. At least I was. You know, one thing I will say is that they did a really, really good job of making me feel the edge-to-edge sort of like a real-life sort of map. If this you know, like just the size of it, if this place actually existed, it definitely feels that grand, you know, and I really like that they were able to do that. It doesn't feel like, yeah, it's large enough. Like, you look at it, it doesn't look like there's much to it, but, you know, you're gonna run up here, you're gonna go inside, there's gonna be 3 freaking layers of stuff, you know, and then you're gonna come out here and, you know, like, again, there's stuff inside there, you know. There's stuff down there. So the map is still really, really, really good, but very hard to traverse. So, what I'll say is I do highly recommend Erdtree, but don't be hesitant about the fact that you're going to have to put time into leveling. Just going to happen. That's it. Period. So, this is where you wind up when you first get here anyway. If you're having trouble with this, yeah, you gotta do some leveling up back the lands between and stuff like that, or just, you know, do what I was showing you here, where, you know, you stick to your easy groups. You're mainly just here at the Scorched Ruins. And that's kind of, in my opinion, what this is for. You know, it's to kind of give you a little preview of how hard this is really going to... Because when you first come here, a lot of times, like I said, you're going to see a streamer or somebody playing this, and they're going to come here, and you're going to be like, oh, well, that doesn't seem all that hard. And they're going to come here like me, and they're just going to go right through this. I mean, this is nothing. This is nothing at all, you know. But that all depends on your build, your level, all kinds of things. I mean, it really does depend on your build. Obviously, your level's not going to matter if you build stuff. And that's how the game works. So you get the point. As far as finishing up what I was saying about this boss, though, I really don't think I'm alone in thinking that it's the only boss that feels like this, too. Maybe that dragon, that dragon that I faced, he was pretty tough, but you know, this guy, he's you know, that's endgame content, that's what you want. And yeah, he is really, 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 really tough. And again, if you summon this guy, it does increase his health. It does. It absolutely does. Even my own summon doesn't really fare that well. So, and again, at a certain point, so the first part is not hard. That's not hard anymore. You know, like, just you'll get to a certain point, the first part is not difficult. It's really about the fact that some of these move sets are such that there's nothing you can do about them. They will just hit you with them. So again, yes, some people are going to tell you, you know, certain stats and stuff like that. And yeah, stuff like that's going to absolutely add up and matter. However, you're still going to find that there is a massive wall between Consort Radahn and yourself. A massive, massive brick wall with gates and guards and flaming arrows and disappearing and reappearing and extended move sets. So Yes, the game picks up on whether or not you've rested, whether you've left, whether you come back and go right away. It actually does. I've learned this now. If you sit here and you just go over and over and over, he will immediately attack you. If you rest or you do something else in between, this actually seems to not almost kind of rest him a little bit, and it changes. He doesn't necessarily. I've noticed that it changes a bit about the whether or not he does that as often, I should say. Obviously, it's still going to happen, but it definitely seems less immediate and often. It doesn't matter though. I've gotten his health to where it says like the RA, the first RA of Radahn. I've gotten it to that where it says the RA of Radahn, where it says Consort Radahn on his name. I got it to the I think the part where it says the RA in Radahn. So I got his health down pretty far, and he did several times I did, and he did the move where he disappeared and reappeared, and I was about to heal when it happened. I would have been fine if I just healed in time. And he had nothing left. I could have gotten. I had plenty of resources. My summon was still alive. I would have been fine. And the golden sort of moveset that Is that Melania showing? Is that Melania showing up? Is that the idea? That's her, right? So, like, that happens, and then it's just, like, this endless assault of that can just show up at random times. Because, like, because she's the same helmet and everything. On like the same, it's like the same, and it's just the same. It's basically the same moveset, but it just looks like holy damage. Because obviously, Radahn doesn't do holy damage. Anyway, that's what got me that other time. So. And there's nothing you can do about that. It just charges at you, and it's gonna it's gonna hit you no matter what. So again, that's gonna come down to, and that I've been at basically full health when that's hit me. So like, I mean, I don't know that it's been full health, but basically full. So I just, and then so like what I've confirmed is that when you're at full health, and it doesn't deplete your health bar, it'll just do it again. So, like, I think it's detecting that you're not at what you almost like there is a prerequisite, but they're hiding it. Like, I don't know. I'll be honest with you. I feel like most people aren't picking up on the fact that that's just how Erdtree is. I've been trying to tell you that even as I started figuring out some of these locations where I could farm some runes and stuff like that, for level scaling, that's kind of my point, is now I can finally feel like I can go about myself and roam around Erdtree, and you see some of these streamers and stuff, maybe they're like level 170, 180, and they're roaming around not having any problems. Man, at 170, 180, nah, I was having problems. But not now. No, not now. So, obviously they're just better at maximizing the builds. Like people that play the game and they played through the game like 7, 8 times, they just know all those different things. So there's a lot of different things, and there's probably other things I'm not doing, and I'll admit that too. So again, am I grading it fairly? Yes, because I'm considering that in that basis where I'm not necessarily factoring in I'm considering the fact that it's a blind attack that's getting me. It's an unblockable blind attack, and that's all. You know what I'm saying? Where I'm not the only one that might be having a little bit of a feeling about that. Now, one thing that I do know is, as far as the aerial attack is concerned, I have figured out that there is like a little bit of a lightning or a cloud or something effect in the sky that shows up right before it's supposed to happen, right before he comes back down out of the sky. So that is one thing I will say that I think I have picked up on, is if you're thinking that it's blind, actually the one in the sky, as long as you can and have the time to look up and look for it and can see where it's coming from, yes, you can. But you could be looking around for it and then be looking at the wrong way, and you know what I mean. So yeah, it's sort of blind. That gives it a chance to be blind. The other one, where it's just like the attacks coming straight at you with the the charged swords attack, like the charged sword attack and stuff, that's pretty blind. That's pretty blind. I can basically never see when that's gonna happen, and it's like it just sort of happens. Now I do understand that there's like the gold stuff on the ground. I swear, sometimes it happens and it's just blimp out of nowhere, and I'm like, what? Why? Why out of nowhere? Why? So, again, I think the issue is just scaling. That's how the DLC works. That's how the whole DLC has worked. I feel like they planned on everybody being much higher in level and just putting a ton more time into it and stuff like that than maybe they did. I don't know. So anyway, yeah, it's the level scaling. And it doesn't make it bad. I'm just saying, it's definitely what's factored into it and reigns true even here. Because, we know what armor set I'm wearing. We've talked about this. We've talked about maximizing the armor sets. I've talked about... So, I mean, obviously, I was doing what I could. Obviously, I was doing various things. Obviously, I'm not sitting here rolling with no heavy roll. Okay. No, in my opinion, I agree with the folks saying that you should be able to roll out of the way. Obviously, everybody else is going to be like, well, get a shield. Learn to parry. Get a shield. Get a this and a that. It's so much. It's so much. I should be able to roll. That's how all the games, that's how the Souls games works. That's how these games work. I should be able to roll. I just I feel also that way. Some others are saying similar things. Have said similar things. I feel also that way. So, anyway. With that being said, I think there's actually something I need to do over here. Because I'm dumb. And I didn't do it. Right? After that dragon. Is there something over here I have to do? Oh, I thought there'd be somebody here. I mean, I know I have this, but I thought there'd be somebody here. Trying to decide which one. I want, oh. You know what, I should probably go to the other one too. I probably have a bunch. Where's that other one? It's down here somewhere, right? Where the heck is it? It's here, isn't it? Uh-huh. Uh-huh. Is it this one? Where is it? It's the red flame. See, that's cool. Well, I can get both these. Cool. There we go. Obviously, gotta do that once in a while. As you get your dragons. Alright. Now I'm in Caleb. Don't. Hello. He's just chilling there. That was awesome. Oh, by the way, for the boss, I highly recommend. Hold on. Let me just make sure I'm not being targeted. Yeah, I thought so. It got me really far. Hold on, I'll show you. I was messing with my palisades. Because for him, I had to really beef up. Alright, so... Oh good, I did switch back. Yeah, I wanted to check that. But I was running these. What else was I doing? Oh yeah, you know what? I think I was just doing Radagon's icon. I think. But yeah, the other ones, to beef up. And no, you can't use more than... I was like, well, if I could use the other ones, but you can only use one of the, one of that particular kind. Like, you can't use that and then the lesser version also. That would be cool. I forgot it grays it out. But it does. But yeah, obviously when you're doing rune farming, you want your golden scarab. A lot of people probably don't realize that. That you want your golden scarab when you're rune farming. I took my swords off. I should put my swords off. I took my swords off. There we go. For no reason at all, except that it's fun. Not at all my build whatsoever. I'm just doing it because it's awesome. So I should go back to this. I should at least do this. Hold on, where's the cool one? This one's cool. That one's cool. I'll at least do that. It's just that the helm that I was wearing was obviously a caster. Oh, dark. Oh my gosh, dark. So dark. I can't see. Oh my gosh. Oh my gosh. How do we get out of here? I'm gonna have to get a torch. I should get a little lamp. I should get my little lamp. One day I'll figure it out. One day. I literally just can't. If I turn the lights, it's just too bright. It's too bright in the room. It's too bright in the room. That's what it is. Oh, I'll just equip my torch again. It's not a big deal. I was trying to avoid it. Yep, got it. I figured I got it, but... Tanker Scarlet Rod. Where'd he go? No! Right when I healed. Right when I healed. Right when I hit the button. Okay, that's enough. Wait. Wait. I went the wrong way. About the one that actually goes with the set. How about that one? It looks cool. Okay. Roll right into that one. Alright, come here. Thought he was gonna do the other attack. He was sort of like just being weird about it. What was out of that? Let's go get these rooms back. I forgot there was like sort of geysers there. Get over here. Pretty cool helm. I think that's the tankiest one. That and this one. This one's actually not bad though. Surprisingly, that's actually pretty tanky. This one here. It just looks ridiculous. It is surprisingly tanky though. But yeah, this one just looks cool. There we go. Obviously. Obviously. I wouldn't like. I think it works with the cloak, because of the cloak and the swords that I have. Because like the swords go with the helm, the colors on the helm and the cloak, and then the obviously all kind of, you know, black and gold matches the silver gear. Like, if we're just talking about it matching, I think it looks cool. Okay, that's what I was worried about. That's why I hesitated for a second there and actually didn't hit any of them. I was like, I don't know, are they gonna blow up if I do this? It changed my mind like mid-jump. Yeah, normally I just let them... Yeah, there we go. Normally I just do that. Okay, alright, maybe it doesn't do it. I thought maybe if I would do it that way, but I guess not. Okay. This counts this way. It is different. It is a different impact. It can knock them, stagger them, that sort of thing. But I mean, the frickin' it's a great sword anyways. It's gonna frickin' do that anyway. I don't know what I was thinking. So there's a spot apparently right here. I gotta try this. How do you do this? There's a spot right here. You can jump on this guy's head, you know, like the thing here, right? How would I even do that? How would I even get up there? Because I know you can see the spot on his head. If you see the spot on his head, apparently if you jump and stab down on that, it, like, sort of, like, has a different thing that happens. Try not to do that. It's always good to get practice. Oh jeez. Because that you want to get good at you. The targeting system will actually kind of throw you off sometimes. If you want to actually be good at doing stuff, you should be able to play without it. Yay! How do you not love those swords? This guy might be tricky with the sword. Lunge sooner than that. There we go. See, I was trying to get him, I was trying to time his lunge forward, but he kept either doing it or not doing it. Okay. There was really no timing to be had there. These guys with swords, these guys could be tricky. You really just gotta come up behind them. That's not how you do that. Damn it! The stab, but I must have been on an incline or something. Because it should have done the sideways sort of like thing where it slices in and then like does it again. You know what I mean? But that's okay. It's okay. It does seem to happen to me on inclines. But if I had known that, I would have just probably kicked him off. Can you do that with duels? I don't know that you can actually. Yeah, you can't. My bad. I might have to modify the button. Think about that. take off my other. Gonna do that. Yeah, I'll have to look at that. Where should I go? Should I do this? Maybe I'll cast. Maybe I'll go switch back to casting for a bit. Look at this guy up here. Look at him. Look at him with his smug look. Look at him. Just sitting up there. Look at him. He's got a smug look. Yep. He's got a smug look that says he's gonna drill his beak into the ground and drive it at you. Looks like something out of Beetlejuice, doesn't it? Get over here. There we go. Like, it kind of reminds me of, like, when, like, in the first Beetlejuice, like, their faces, they kind of remind me of when, like, do you remember when Lydia's mom, like, made her face scary? Kind of reminds me of that. Kind of reminds me of that. Just the way it looks. But I mean, arguably she was just making her face look like, you know, like a crow or something, yeah. Ooh. Ugh. Damn it. That was terrible. Alright, caster time? Casting time? Should I go back to casting? Where's that side of rocket? Not here. Where was I? It was up here, wasn't I think. Yeah. Alright. I don't have, like, any spells. Just really limiting my, I was limiting my spells. And not giving the summon anything extra. Or myself extra to scroll through. That's pretty good. would... We'll do some arcing. We'll do some arcing. That one's pretty good too, and it also has, I think it has knockback as well. Glintstone Arc. I'm pretty sure it has knockback as well. So, like, you guys know how I like the sword for that. Pretty sure Glintstone Arc also has, like, some knockback. And, you know, obviously your Glintstone scaling, so. Versus this one. Well, this one's, this one's like ice. It's not. I don't think it's Glintstone. Magic and whatnot. Frost, I guess. But I guess it usually does say ice, doesn't it? Like the Ice Crag thing that I used to like. And then once I got a bunch more spells, it became something I didn't use anymore. Your Glintstone, I mean, that's pretty top tier. Your Gravity Magic, your Gravity Sorcery, and Glintstone at the top. But I mean, technically speaking, Holy, like Holy damage in general, I think is top. So, like, technically speaking, if you can do Holy damage with casting, technically you're top tier. So I think Faith builds technically. I think. But I haven't done that. I have no idea. I think that's top tier. But I have no idea. I just know from personal experience, as far as like my build is concerned, I know that you know, if you do an astrologer to you know, to the you know, to a certain point, it's pretty much what's gonna happen is that you're gonna find out. But like, I mean, like, likewise again with the Faith build, where I might find out that Faith isn't as good. I have no idea. I have no clue, man. No clue. I have never done Faith. I can only speak from because the gravity, something people underestimate, and I will continue to remind people, something that people underestimate, and I will continue to remind people, is that, well, you know, like, gravity spells shouldn't be underestimated. Most people underestimate them. So, like, for example, That's pretty good. A lot of people underestimate gravity. So that's what I'll say is that as far as casting is concerned, people underestimate gravity. So, see, because I get him. So like, all right, yes, you can do more actual damage. So like, for example, I can do that. I can channel that and I can do more damage with it, or each successive hit's going to do more damage. However, what most people don't understand about the game and won't admit, because they haven't played a caster, they have casted with a couple of different spells and seen people play it. What they don't understand is that Rock Sling is the thing that in 2 or 3 hits does that. Now, I don't have my sword in there correct. Otherwise, you know, I would do that. But my point is, it's a trade-off. While you're saying that one does more damage, well, I can do the eye thing. So, can I go with this one? I don't know. I've never actually. I don't know if I've actually done it. I'm gonna have to start it over. We'll just go back. That's what people don't understand is the gravity spells, the rock sling, the whole point is it's actually really good. And if you actually do get the opportunity to do that, it's even better because you'll take like half a health bar away from a boss or something like that. No, a third, maybe like a quarter or a third. Just depends on your skill. So, yeah, I mean that's your crit, man. So and if this doesn't. Yeah. So that's kind of the point. Now, at a certain point, because my casting is so fast, it'd be faster just to cast. But yeah, like, but you get the point. Okay, I mean, like, the whole point is that. Like I talked about with shortening casting time and stuff like that, you know, the Radicon icon and whatnot. Obviously I have my Scarab right now, but obviously when Rocksling casts this spell, and if you actually get all the rocks to hit your target, it does more damage than you probably think. So, most people underestimate it. Again, the other one's great. That Blades of Stone that I got, holy cow, that's good. Holy cow, that's good. If you can actually get, the problem is, like, you have to get them, like, the dragons, like, they have their feet and stuff. So, hold on. Like, their hitbox is their head, mainly, so you gotta... Hey, look at that. That was too good. Again, yes, later on, when all of your glintstone, like everything's, you know, obviously there's a difference, because now, if I really want to, with Comet or Pebble or whatever, I can stand here. Now, I mean, I realize Pebble's gonna do the difference, but I really can. Okay, so I do understand at a certain point, obviously it's faster for me to do that. That's because my build is for that. I mean, if you sit here and you do other stuff for the gravity sorcery, you know, and I pointed out, so people actually underestimate this. Now, I talked about this before. This staff, where is it? The meteorite staff, people underestimate this. This actually is better for your gravity sorcery, for the most part. It really is just going to be at a certain point because of your scaling. See, sorcery scaling is only 286 on this one, but it boosts gravity sorcery, so that's why. Because it's always going to boost that. So at a certain point, because this sorcery scaling is 425, eventually it will be better. But you have to realize is this is still boosts gravity sorcery, and that's still a pretty high sorcery scaling. I mean, again, I really just want to point out that most people miss that. I think early on that your meteorite staff scales with your kind of scales with you. You don't level it up, it scales with you, sort of thing. And I think people kind of miss that. So yes, so like, you really won't even notice it that much. Like, yes, now, and actually I only noticed it as a recent thing. It wasn't before, it really wasn't even before. Meteorites there. Now remember, it seems like it's slow because all the rocks are because it's this guy. Sure, not that bad. And again, the whole point is, originally, it actually is better because it's gonna, for a long time, boost your gravity sorcery. So as you can see, all of them hitting the head all now is not as much. See how you saw it was 1400 there? So like, it's only like a few hundred less when they all actually hit the spot they're supposed to hit. It's just that it's not always going to have this But I mean, for the most part, it's basically, I'm not noticing a huge, you know, there are some good groups here that I can test this out on. So this, again, this versus the other one, because it's scaling, you know, it has that scaling with you, it doesn't work like everything else does. You don't level this one up. So, again, you're not going to notice a huge difference. So it's just really about cast time. Most people don't understand how to do their cast time properly. Or don't, I guess, won't take the time to do it and they do other things with the build. Okay, so that was with the meteorite staff. Now I'll just do it again with the other one. Not going to be a huge noticeable difference. So, yes. Technically, this staff does do more damage and stuff like that, but it doesn't boost gravity sorcery. So I could get those potential boosts from that at those times when it happens. This is just going to be what it is. So if anything, that direct comparison there, you can kind of clearly see one's actually better than the other. Where it's almost as if the meteorite staff is sort of sneakily better in a way, where you can't. It's almost immeasurable, and people haven't really figured it out. Yes, correct. It is sneakily better. So you don't level it up the same way. Again, it's boosting gravity sorcery, so if you're using it with Rock Sling, yes, it works better. If you're using it with a gravity spell, yes, it works. Using that same spell with the other staff, again, you could do physically more damage at times. It's not boosting that gravity sorcery. It's not. Now, right now it seems kind of almost comparable. Because there's times where I'm getting that. And there's times So I just think people miss that, and that is a staff you can get very early on. And you get it very early. I remember that. I just remember having that very early. That's what I remember about that. And again, you don't have to do anything with it, and it just has all of that. So that's kind of my point, is when you take a look at that and it's 286, like, again, you're comparing. Again, the attribute scaling, intelligence being in the S tier there, so the sorcery scaling is 286. So it's not that much. I mean, yes, there's a gap there, but again, you know, this boosting the gravity sorcery, you know, it's gonna have that. So just realize that. Just realize that's the trade-off that you're comparing there, that you're not realizing. So, and that's, again, it clearly says right there, Glintstone staff. So it's still a Glintstone staff. I mean, and this is too. But you have the gravity sorcery there. So while people think that this is nothing because you can't level it, no. Nope. Attribute scaling S boosts gravity sorcery. So again, as you level up, check that and use that. And I think that's what a lot of people don't do, maybe as caster builds and stuff. They underestimate the use of that. So again, same thing with this particular spell. Great spell. Great spell. Obviously. So, yeah, and then, here, let me go back here, take a look. I mean, there's other ones, but, you know, like, obviously, I personally, I like Rock Sling because it has that, I like it for bosses, it has that, I mean, even on Rykard, I was able to get him staggered. Rykard, I was able to stagger him with Rock Sling. That's what you gotta realize about how insane those spells are. So don't underestimate, you know, a good gravity spell. That's why you have so few of them. See, that's cool. And that is gravity. See, that's awesome. Let's try that a little bit more. Let's try that one. Can't do it while mounted. Rock Sling I can. Rock Sling I can do while mounted. Isn't that cool? Microcosm. That one's really good. It's not Gravity, but that one's really good. Obviously, this Blades of Stone. This Blades of Stone is actually really impressive. And yeah, Rocksling continues to be solid throughout the game. Genuinely impressive. As long as it hits its target, it's tough to. That's the thing, is it's tough to. Yeah, because that's I was 2 hits. I mean, that's the same as Common. Probably 2 with the Flintstone. So. Yeah, man, that thing is. That Blades of Stone is awesome. So. I just think people underestimate some of the gravity sorcery. And, stuff like this is why, like, a lot of this, I try to use it on Radahn, and it's just almost useless. This is one of the best spells in the whole game. This one right here. This spell can take you like through the entire game. You can just use this spell if you if you really wanted to. And it's a faith. It's an intelligence, but faith. It requires a little bit of faith to use. So it's all that intelligence scaling. So the reason why though is you wanna like toss it on the ground. Toss it on the ground. That makes it good. It's good like that too, but quite useful. Crazy good spell. Yeah, that, man, that Blades of Stone is awesome. That one works really well too. We'll see how the sword fares. The sword's really good. I like the sword. Moonblade. We'll do the Moonblade. Here's the Moonblade. Oh, you know what we can do? This one's fun. That one's fun. What else we got here? Oh, that's right, we got the bubbles. My arcane isn't high enough anymore, though. This one's really good, though. Let's do this one. So I don't know that my arcane was ever high enough. Let's try... Twin Moons, ready? Here we go. It's just the whole... That one is insane. The problem is you can be damaged while you're doing it. That's the issue. The issue is that you'll take damage while you're doing it. So you could potentially be interrupted completing your technical part. That's the only way you... That's gonna happen, but it can't happen. Normally you can get, I think you can get knocked out of the normal moon spell, but that one, it takes being, I think, staggered to actually knock you out of it. So you can get knocked out of it, I think, but it takes actually being staggered, because for the most part, I don't typically get knocked out of it, I just take damage. If I'm casting the normal one, like the Dark Moon, that one, for sure, I have to be able to cast that. Some of these glintstone ones have ridiculous area spells too, though. So, if you guys remember the hammer, I liked the hammer. The hammer was cool. Do the hammer. And the cannon. Hammer? Do the hammer first? Let's do the hammer. I'm doing that twice, by the way. It's just, for like that, you can do it a bunch of times. And cannon time. So you can channel that, or you can just do this. Make it as long. That one obviously works pretty well. That one's pretty insane. It is such a large area. So if I go to the first group here, and I can do this mounted too. If I just go to the first group here. Not insane. It's that huge area. Of course, it has to be able to do the damage too. These guys are... So, I mean, you know, you got a lot of options as far as spells are concerned, but I want to assure you that A, gravity spells are not useless, and B, you will have that. You will use the meteorite staff for a good bit until a certain point. Then it catches up with itself. But again, it's because of that boost gravity sorcery that I think people overlook. Obviously, we could just sit here and experiment with Pebble too. Pebble's that one that other people are, because you have your Pebble through your Comet shards. Comet's that last one of that tier, so that's why I'm using that one. But I mean, honestly, like they're good. Now this one, Night Comet, what you got to realize is this one. Now this one has it too. I think people don't get that. This one does too. But Night Comet, it's, I guess some enemies won't see it or something like that. It still has the piercing. So that's what, some of these will have actual piercing in them and go through several enemies, versus originally they won't. So that's why you'll start switching and using them to, obviously, a lot of this is incantations and faith down here. Yeah, let's just let's put Pebble on and see. We'll see the difference now. I mean, it's just gonna scale, so it's still gonna be useful. So, like, as you can see, it's still useful. But as you can see, if I use Comet, you get what I'm saying? It's gonna pierce enemies. It's a bigger wave. It takes 2 hits. There you go. It pierced through there. I saw it that time. And, you know, again, I can use Night Comet, but, like, it's not... I want the larger beam, for the most part, I think, is how you should look at that, in my opinion. Because you always have the chance that it can, you know, grab the enemies on the sides and stuff like that. So, that matters too. Don't forget to hand in your Shadow Realm blessings and stuff like that to increase your level there too. You want to remember that too when you're playing Erdtree. But again, Night Comet, it's very much like Glintstone Comet. Very much. So you can see it has piercing, and the piercing's good. It is. I'll admit that. It is actually a really good pierce, but I like the wider beam a lot of times. And I can still channel this one too. If I want to do 2 hits instead of 3. So I mean, like, yeah, like it's pretty cool. I don't mind it. It's just, you know, I would rather. Yeah, I mean, it looks cool, but I would rather the wider beam. I would just rather the wider beam. Let's see that again from the actual comment. See that? Even when I don't channel it, you can tell it's a wider beam. That was a really wide beam. So obviously, like, it's just Glintstone Arc. So, honestly, truthfully, Glintstone Arc, this thing is pretty OP, and not that I don't like that. It's actually why I don't. I like the sword. The sword's really cool. It gives. It makes me feel like I have to put a like some little skill involved in at least lining it up or something like that. Glintstone Arc. Like, I'm not trying to say it's like easy or anything like that. I'm just saying the difference between the two is Glintstone Arc. I can just stand here. Right here. Literally, I can just do an entire area like this. So that's why, like, you pretty much never see it on my bar. It's like, did I want to have fun? Because this is awesome doing this. I have to actually line that up. You can't get all three unless you line it up. This one, oh, you just stand here. Yeah. So Glintstone Arc's a little OP. And I understand that. So that's why you pretty much don't, like, that's pretty much never, that's why I've never, it's just, oh, the sword though? That's cool. Again, not to say anything wrong with it, I mean, sometimes it's cool having the art for those situations. I can think of times where I probably could have just made the situation a little bit easier instead of complaining about it, but didn't do that. So I'm just saying, like, there are spells that you can use to making things a little easier for you. But I'm not necessarily the one to watch to do that. But yeah, that's why I'm telling you this stuff. Because what do I care if you do it? I don't care if you do it. See what I mean? I have to actually, like, get the sword to cast and everything. This one? Here we go. And it's very little. It's very little mana too. I remember I did a boss like that one time. I just stood here like this. The boss couldn't move. Because I had us. The boss literally just kept getting knocked back. I just stood there. It was so funny. So it's not gonna work. That's like a. It's not a. I don't think it was a very tough boss. Or anything. I'm not saying it was a tough boss. But it happened. It's probably one of those Evergaol bosses, or however you say that shit. It's just the it's such a low FP cost. Watch this. Watch. Ready? Watch. Hold on. Watch. The one thing I never did. Here we go. I'm sure probably people are like, why doesn't he just... Because it's cheap. Because it's cheap. Hold on. Thing that I have never in all these hours you saw me, I stood here and tried to use like swords and stupid spells. This season, I knew that. Like I realized this. I'm just not trying to be that person. Okay. I realize this. Just like if I sat here and I capped intelligence, dex, and endurance, and I'm just like, well, I have dex and endurance and caps, and then like the rest in mind and stuff like that. Like I realize these things. I just need to do it my own way. Oh, it became difficult. Here, let me... Alright, so no, the point is I'm showing you how... Nope. 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 Nope, 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 nope. Nope. They don't... Nope. So that's why, like, you gotta appreciate sometimes how cheap that can get. I'm not gonna do that either. Once I realized that, I was like, okay, maybe I won't be using that spell anymore. Now, rest assured, if that spell worked on Radahn, oh, trust me, I would do this all day long. It don't work that way. Nope. Nope, it don't work that way. Not at all. He's like, what kind of pubic spell is that? Yeah, you should have used that shit. He just jumps right up in the air and throws meteors at you. Which, by the way, you can do too. Did you know that you can do that? It just sucks. Yeah, it just sucks. Like, it's not nearly as good as his. Hold on. It'd be great if you could do his. Yeah, your Rock Sling is your good meteor spell. The meteor spells are terrible. Hold on. So this is a small one. See how much it sucks. I can't even hit this guy with it. Completely useless. Completely useless. This has never been useful. Like, that's the point. You'll have entire spells that are just completely useless. Like, what is that spell for? Ever. I have never found it useful for anything ever. What is this? It always misses its target. That spell literally will never hit its target. I will never understand why they thought that was a spell. So, yeah, it's just trash. But, the other one, it's okay, but it's not very good. It's still not very good. Like, you can't, it doesn't work. Hold on. It literally doesn't do anything. Like, it just goes all over the place. There's no target to it whatsoever. Like, it is crap. Hold on. That's it. Now, if you're on an incline, it doesn't do this. It doesn't go forward. It just goes straight down into the ground. So, basically, I have to stand here, which is useless. Yep, and then I got 2 targets. Big deal. So I have this epic spell that could possibly help me on Radahn, and I've never been able to use it. Like, the one spell that would probably work somewhat okay on him, or other, like, dragons and, like, big beefy things, Nope, never worked. Never, ever, ever, ever. It is just crap. So, you know. It's not like casters don't have, you know, stuff that is weird as well. Or seemingly useless as well. But I can think of one boss I used that meteorite on. And it was that dragon at the end of the hill. You know what I'm talking about, at the bottom of the hill. Where I had the... and... yeah, then it was useful. That's the only time. And so, like, even when I go here... Even when I try to use it here, I can't... It doesn't really do anything. Hold on. It hits some of them. See, it's supposed to be for a hill, but it still goes way over the hill. This is like it hit. How many did it hit? How many? 3? Maybe 4? I mean, come on. That's that's pretty bad. So yeah, so they're just laughable. So yeah, you have your... Again, Rock Sling is your best one like that. That one's not bad, like I said, that one is not a bad spell actually, but... I've just found that people really underestimate this. So this is your more effective grapple spell, as you can see. And it will take out groups, as you can see. That's what I've used it for. I've used it for really, really hard hitting early on when I need an AoE spell. Because that's what it's for. It's just not great in closed spaces because the rocks over the walls and stuff like that won't even end up hitting the target. They'll just run through the walls. That'll happen. Yeah, like you can't, even if I were over here, you can't. Oh yeah, it actually does work here. If you're, hold on. Oh, I'm dumb. If you're... If you're over here... Why is the bitrate maliciously shifting around? Scammer. Hey, scammer. Why is the bitrate shifting around? My bitrate is malicious. Scammer. Yeah, that's called a scamming, somebody that's scamming. Why is my bitrate shifting around? That's a scam. That shouldn't be happening. That's a scam. That's very interesting. Yeah, very interesting. sort of like the people in my chat that sit here for purposes of trying to confirm memory things, thinking that they're going to confirm any type of memory function or anything like that through a streamer on stream who could be making shit up, lying, flat out lying half the time, totally making up this or that. Yeah, and meanwhile, this person sitting here almost acting as if they're conducting some type of, you know, psyop thing here. When we have, yeah, so they know why they're shifting my bitrate around, and they know why they've been doing it. And that was, you know, again, at various times where they're, you know, doing that. Yeah, I know. Just like I've mentioned the thing in chat before with the memory. Where it's very clear people come in here to confirm memory about certain things. You realize I'm bullshitting, right? I'm wasting your fucking time. You can't sit here and do that. I'm a streamer. You can't sit here and conduct a what you would call investigation based on somebody saying things on a live stream. You can't do it. 'Cause it could be all made up. It could be fabricated. This could be that. So anyway, that's a scammer doing that. And we've talked about that before, about how there seems to be some scammers here trying to manipulate things. But anyway, if you come here and you use rock sling in like a closed-in space, you're gonna find that it's gonna hit the doors and stuff like that. That's what's gonna happen. So, just letting you know that that's sort of the gist of rock sling in a closed-in space. I thought I had the I thought I had the area exact, but I didn't. I took the if you remember, I took the rock shards off. All right, let's put this back on the bar. Yeah, it's such a cool. Yep. Pretty cool. Notice how the bitrate has been very interestingly malicious, so they're just trying to hide what they're doing. They're just trying to do it a little bit to kind of make it seem like it wasn't at a convenient time. No, again, the party doing this can just do it whenever. They're just doing it at random for reaction. It's sort of like when an ICE agent shoots somebody in the face for no reason whatsoever, and then lies about it. It's sort of like that. It's actually exactly like that. It is in fact exactly like that. It is in fact exactly like those contexts. It looks exactly like that. Yeah, it looks like cops illegally doing fucking shit. is what it looks like. Just so that you know. That's exactly what we're talking about here. They're harassing some ordinary gamers too. That guy gets harassed all the time. If I watch his streams, it's very clear they maliciously have stuff interjected into his channel to infect me. Oh yeah. Oh, no lie. That's why I'm not subscribed. Yeah, no, that's why. Or am I? You never know. I could just totally just be making that up. And again, it wouldn't fucking matter because it's a goddamn stream. Yeah. Yeah, you just be totally making shit up because it's a stream. And it doesn't matter because it's a stream. Yep. What's more concerning is the fact that so many cops are hanging on live streams anymore. That's what's more concerning. There it is. No, that's what it is. They're doing that because they know that if they hit the emoji button previously, I have enough times changed my reaction. So that'll give you the reason why they're doing that. There you go. It's that simple. All you gotta do is look back at the evidence and you'll see it all. The only reason they're doing that is because I have changed my reaction many times that they have hit that. So they hit that knowing that I suddenly changed my response or something like that. It has that effect. So therefore they do that, you know, as a way thinking that I'll backpedal or something like that. It's true. It's just the truth. And then there's the malicious bitrate. Yeah. So basically what they've been doing is they've been illegally spying on all of my devices. And then just trying to get me to, like, say anything. There's nothing to say. What do you think I'm gonna say? Like, that's what you guys have to realize. That's all they're doing. That's their entire fucking game. Get him to say something. Harass him a bunch of times. Harass this guy a shitload. See how the bitrate's malicious? And just get him to say whatever he's gonna say. Yeah, so again, I've been calling this person an asshole, this person an asshole, this person an asshole. And all they do is sit here and get more malicious and more triggered and more... You see it, right? There's the malicious bitrate, which affects the integrity of my stream, which does infect the integrity of my stream. And, you know, the people doing this will be responsible for defamation of character and destroying my channel and causing harm to my entire channel and my trending the entire time that I was doing this. So yeah, like, they will absolutely have consequences for this. That's what they don't realize. They're so stupid. That's the point. They get used to sitting here and just harassing people and going above the law. No, 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 no. It's being investigated. You just are literally dumb and think it's not. And I'm probably the only one sitting here willing to actually call cops fucking stupid to their faces, so they just sit here and get too used to, like, having some sort of dumbass, illegal reaction to somebody having, you know, like a middle finger or, you know, response to them and stuff like that. They get too used to being able to do that. That's what's happening. So, I'm just being harassed because of my political statements. That's it. It's literally that simple. I'm being harassed because of my political statements. It's that simple. And yes, it's authorities. And they're not very authoritative, are they? Nope. Nope, they don't deserve it. They don't. Any of these people in these positions now all deserve to be fired, just like Trump deserves to be impeached and removed from office. Piece of trash. And again, they're just going to impeach him and not remove him like they always do. That's what they always do. They're going to impeach and not. He's already been impeached before. He was found guilty on like 30 fucking 8 accounts or obstruction of justice or something like that. And Mitch McConnell's a piece of trash. Admitted that he was, you know, admitted he was going to commit treason while ruling on a case he's supposed to be an impartial witness. Admitting that he's, I'm not going to be an impartial witness, I can promise you that. No, you know, because he's just a criminal. That's all he is. That's all Mitch McConnell is. He's just a fucking criminal. So yeah, they're controlling the traffic that I'm getting. They don't like the fact that I've been getting all these views. They have to remove it. Because then they can't sit here and harass me in public's view because too many people will be in here and see it. So they're trying to remove all these views and trying to get the public not to see it. Why else do you think they're doing that? They have been keeping me at a certain level of volume for years for the purposes of harassing me in the public's view. Yes, correct. The local police stations get up to harassing people in the public's view and literally commit actual federal harassment crimes on the internet all day long. And they use your fucking tax dollars to do it. Because that's who's doing it. That's literally, again, I want to remind you of the sheer number of times the bitrate maliciously shifted around. And this stalker that doxed me all over this platform, you know, found out my personal private information. Again, was reported to local authorities, was reported to state authorities, was reported to YouTube, was reported to federal authorities. And was allowed to do this for an entire year on this platform. So, again, I want to remind you, that's just police. Seeing it, acknowledging it happening, and then joining in. And it's the same thing when, you know, again, piece of trash police sit here and shoot somebody in the face and try to call it not murder. Somebody that hits the emoji button, that's hitting the emoji button, thinks that's really funny. Thinks that it's really funny. Apparently murder is really funny. Remember, this is the same person that thinks a lot of things are funny. And thinks that rape is funny, too. It's the same person that thought rape was funny that's been doing all of this. So we'll just go ahead and continue talking about how the local authorities are wasting their time harassing people instead of actually out solving crimes and stopping crime. And this is why I drive down the road in my area and people harass me. This is why they know when I'm on the road. This is why when I go out, I have all these trucks that seemingly show up behind me and swerve around all over the place and road rage and act like lunatics because they're all off-duty cops. Just like the asshole that's probably a firefighter or an EMT or something like that, and he was driving that truck with the hitch on the front. Doesn't give him the right to tailgate somebody and speed off down the road and illegally pass. Should match my speed and drive a reasonable speed based on the conditions and the road. Meanwhile, uses those credentials, police, EMT, whatever, to masquerade as also this person, and this person. Which is also kind of, oh, that's right, what could police do while being content creators and sitting here endlessly uploading body cams of people and making money off of it? Oh, that's right, remember when I came on here and I said that police were doing this and do this regularly? And I also reminded you that I could fix all of the problems in our country with one thing. All of it. Your waste of space president sits here and says no tax on tips and it doesn't do anything. He doesn't have any solutions. And I have real solutions, yet he's not doing those things. I would do it, and he knows he's not going to do this. Do you know why? He knows he needs them for this. He is dishonest. That's why an honest and ethical person running the country would do this, and he's not. So what is the one thing cops can do that would fix everything? What's the one thing? They sure as hell know. They know. Because they're on body cams admitting it. Do you know what it is? Cops are legally allowed to lie, yet you're not allowed to lie to a cop. It is illegal for you to lie to a cop, yet a cop can lie to you and incriminate you. Make up an entire investigation. Lie to this person, lie to this person, lie to this person. Just make shit up. Yet you can't lie to cops because it's a crime. Got news for you. That's a little bit of a legal loophole there. It's a conflict of interest. Now, everything you've ever done, ever, can just basically be looked at as you lied. I'm questioning every paperwork, every stop, everything where you turned off a body cam, everything where you didn't have... Yeah, everything. And that's why internal affairs is a joke, because cops have been investigating cops for decades. Oh yeah, what you need to realize is that the Trump administration didn't use the federal funding to actually do what we were supposed to do, and that is investigate the police. He used it to do the opposite, to use the police, and gave them more power. These triggered children with too much power already that masquerade as authorities with badges and guns. No. The person that deserves the respect is the person that has found the way to never use that gun. And again, the person that deserves the respect definitely is not somebody that A, is afraid to show their face, and was probably one of the people bitching about masks, yet he has a mask covering half his face, and B, again, looks like a cop that would actually shoot somebody in the face while they're driving a car. And we all know that this makes them all look bad. So they're sitting here waiting for me to, yeah, that's what they want. It makes them all look bad. They all look like retards, because they are. Every last one of them. Making irrational choices, irrational decisions. Every last one of them's a fucking retard. Because even the good ones, they're being changed by the ones that are left that are just trying to change them to get them to be on their side. No, you should be on the side of the fact that you are a citizen too, and you wouldn't want this done to you or your family. Idiot. And it shows me just how much manipulation. It's the same manipulation in the CIA, where the CIA agent can't deduce the fact that it's obviously people over country. It's obviously citizens over piece of paper. Obviously. It's the same problem. It's the same systemic fucking problem. You're not teaching these people right. It's an education issue. You're just teaching them to manipulate and shout at people and do all that stuff, but then not teaching them how to actually use it intelligently. Let's shift my bitrate around for that. You stupid piece of shit. No, I went to that college for years. I watched as you had a program in that college, and that teacher in that program, all he did was scream at people. Yeah, I'd hear it down the hallway. I'd hear it literally down the hallway. I'd hear screaming and shit. I mean, Jesus Christ. Yeah, your program for teaching cops to go into the academy is some douchebag with a crew cut that knows jack squat about fighting ability and is teaching these people. He's got like kick pads and stuff like that. He doesn't know what the hell he's doing, and half the time he's literally screaming in their faces. And this is how they're taught. That. Huh? 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 I can see at the academy getting that, but at a college? Shouldn't that guy be teaching you smarter things? Shouldn't he be teaching you real things? Useful tools? Again, at the academy, I could see them wanting to ingrain some type of... Yeah, and most soldiers get this, but again, that's your boot camp. It's got nothing to do with that guy at a college teaching a class where he's just screaming at them. Why is that? Yeah. And then you're gonna shift the bitrate around. So I'm gonna call my lawyer. I'll be back. And remember, this is through stealing my internet. So they're doing, remember, I've told you plenty of times that they're just doing this through my internet. And then because they're doing this, my internet ends up being a certain way. So I've already reported it. My ISP is aware. So to the authorities doing this, you're actually pretty fucking stupid to keep doing this, because they're actually aware that it's the authorities too. I've made them aware of that. And they agree that you can't just do that. No legal jurisdiction, none whatsoever. You can't just sit here and steal somebody's internet. And they are, trust me, they are. They're stealing my internet because their internet sucks. And again, that's illegal. They can't steal your internet. The police are actually doing that. Now remember, they are intentionally looking at IPs too, so if they know certain bigger streamers are watching too, they are definitely trying to do this when they know bigger streamers are watching. That should concern you. The fact that authorities are sitting here and looking at IPs and messing up my image when they would know a larger streamer is watching. So if you've noticed that as a pattern where you're watching and this happens every time, trust me, it's not every stream. It's not. All the authorities are doing is sitting here looking at your credentials and illegally causing these problems. Again, I was talking very cleanly and clearly how much I knew about the game, how well we were doing with the game, my rating for the game, and then they sat here and started doing this. And even getting more malicious as I start saying all these random things and stuff like that, police, this stuff and that stuff. So you have to realize, you have to rationalize again, it's very clear that it is for that purpose, for that reaction, as you can see. So basically, all this botting, all the trolling, the way it works is the scamming troll bot, whatever, says some sort of like, this channel said this, they start some beef or whatever. They get you to see it. They get enough, ridiculous scam accounts to do that. They get you to see it. And then basically the way it works is, as they get you to see it, then you go and you examine that channel and see whatever. And the whole point is to get you to see that channel, at the time that they want you to see it, obviously. Like whatever scam they're causing for that channel, they're going to get you to see that scam, and that's what you're going to see it for. So it's going to be this thing where this scammer, again, uses all these bots and stuff like that. And it just uses the same concept that retards spend too much time on social media and hanging on to everything everybody says. And so there's plenty of people, instead of just removing the bots, sitting there and like actually listening to anything they're saying and like acting like they're real people or something like that. They're just not. They're just bots, and so now, obviously, the scammers have gotten better at making bot accounts and scam accounts because, again, YouTube just has this problem that they're not dealing with. So, I have to finish this conversation, but I was just supposed to kind of tell you that. Yeah, so they're definitely trying to do things today to negatively impact Elden Ring, especially as I would sit here and just have like a very confident thing to say about the game and stuff like that. It is very clear that they're trying to do malicious things to damage the game. Let me also state for the record that they have maliciously damaged the Series X, my Xbox, before, and caused problems for games in the past, including Elden Ring. They definitely caused my Series X to never, like basically just never be able to play games and various things, like essentially making data corruption look like a hack that isn't really even look like a hack. It's not even really a hack. It doesn't look like a hack, and it's just data corruption. Yeah, they're making the CPU usage of Elden Ring jump around all over the fucking place. So I'm documenting that and talking to my lawyer about that, but that's not something that should be happening. Elden Ring itself, the CPU usage shouldn't be jumping around all over. I'm literally watching it. I'm watching it jump from like 1 to 20 to 5 to 5 to 3 to 8 to 20 to 15 to nothing to... Again, the CPU usage should be pretty constant, especially while standing here doing nothing. It should not be randomly jumping around all over the fucking place. Not. Okay, that is somebody maliciously using Windows, trash Microsoft, again, to mistakenly cause that thing to use too much CPU. As I said, that this person did with my phones, with the streaming software, and eventually have now gotten it to happen to the video game. So again, I want to remind you that the police that are sitting here helping this scammer doing this, you are going to be investigated, and you will absolutely see jail time for doing this. You helped a scammer sit here and destroy property for X amount of time. Unfucking believable. And the amount of fucking authorities that were aware of this. Oh, they're aware of what's going on, and they just continue to see this happen and do nothing. Again, you had reports, I told you about this, and I think it's kind of interesting. You're going to go ahead and do nothing? No, that seems implication. There's some implication there, where basically you knew something was going on, and you continued to allow it to happen. Because you have had ample motherfucking time to do something about this. You have had ample time to do something about this. Just like you've had ample time to do something about the fact that the retards that are driving around on these roads swerve around all over the place and tailgate people illegally. Yet the state police do nothing. Oh, that's right, the state police were aware of this too. The state police are aware that somebody was in my chat doxing my street address so fast that, again, I can't have a chat. In my chat, impersonating police. In my chat, impersonating my mom, saying sexual things about other people in my chat. And the state police did nothing. So, I want to remind you that we are investigating this, and we are working with a private investigator, and we're having them investigated. Kind of reminds me of when my mom's car blows up in a parking lot and the police take the footage and don't allow you to see it. It kind of reminds me of that. Oh wait, that's right. That's illegal. You can't do that. That's right. So to explain a little bit, some ordinary gamers, he's had his fair share of problems too, and is getting messed with too. And I got news for you. Way too many times to count. The stuff that's affected me has affected him conveniently at exactly the same time. And he just so happens to also, know how to investigate that type of thing, and conveniently, does a video right around the same time. That sort of type of stuff's happening to me. So just, it's not, it doesn't take a rocket scientist to see these patterns when you see them, So, we've got, other people getting attacked too for the exact same thing that'll happen to me. Like the next day, I'll have a video talking about a similar subject, or it'll be the other way around. Like the day that it was very clear we're having issues with, this is all Microsoft, let's be honest, micro trash, but the day when you talk about something that like the whole point is that we're all being affected by this, and some of us are talking about it, and some people are sitting in the back, taking a back seat, all while sitting here making tons of money off being a streamer and stuff like that, and taking a back seat to the real problems that are going on, and other people are figuring them out and talking about them, and getting attacked for doing that. All while these other people sit here and pretend to be on the other side and stuff like that, just for the sake of hiding. And look, I understand, but I think it's a little messed up, because some of those people, their money speaks more than anything the other streamers have, and they could help, but they just sit there and sort of don't really do anything, just kind of watch it happen. Hey guys, hey, 13 people watching right now. And we've had a pretty consistent double-digit concurrence since the start of the stream. It has been above 5 concurrents the entire stream and maintained. And yet, this stream has 60 views counted on it. Wow, imagine that, 60. Just 60. That many views counted on the stream so far. Wow! Wow, what a fraudulent platform. Wow. It's amazing. You know, again, and it's truly amazing how this hack that happened from YouTube and through their advertising. And everything I've been telling you, where the VPNs went down for an entire day and they attacked me and stuff like that for the sake of knowing how to attack these ad blockers and VPNs and stuff like that. So I want to tell you, I want to assure you that I'm very clearly not the only gamer using the gamer's browser. I mean, it's literally a gaming browser, what it's for. And you have every right to protect your data. You have every right to do so. What the company does not have a right to do is to sell your data. They do not, actually. They do not have a right to do that. The only thing that they are allowed to do is when you accept terms and give them under those very strict and few circumstances, such as, like, you know, little tiny ads here and there, can your data even be noticed, recognized, or transferred even a little bit. They are maliciously attacking people that they can't get the data from, breaking their shit, breaking their VPNs, breaking their ad blockers, breaking anything on somebody's channel that has, again, used an ad blocker, a VPN, or anything like that. And remember, I even got attacked initially because I was the one not streaming with a VPN, because I couldn't, because they were attacking me left and right. So I've tried to tell certain channels. I'm sure they get the point now. I'm sure they get what I was trying to do. But I have tried to communicate. I really have. I have tried to great lengths to communicate that YouTube is the problem. I have tried very hard to show people this through, I don't know, maybe showing you what happens when I use the report system, because nothing normal happens when I report something to YouTube. That's for damn sure. So you should have noticed it then, but you definitely should notice it that every single stream I get on stream and my bitrate is set to what it's supposed to be. It's pretty constant. Clearly I can maintain that. Yet just at a certain point, YouTube just maliciously and randomly starts shifting my goddamn bitrate around all over the place. And we can tell it's when their system starts to detect and pick up on the fact that we are getting trending and views, likes, all kinds of stuff. So this is actually that malicious that all these things are attacking it. My bitrate shifting around, all this stuff. Their ads are actually this malicious that the ISP, you know, like several things along the way, Windows, your virus software, all these different things are flagging the systems that all this shit is malicious, and YouTube's just going, nah, it's fine. It's fine. No ad blocker, you're fine. And then you wonder why I can't even watch a single music video on the app on my Xbox anymore without it fucking crashing because I just watched a couple of ads, because there's no ad blocker there, and those ads just infected the app and are crashing it. And to the point that they can listen to what I was saying, to where now it's infected, and as I was documenting and stuff, they were sitting there backing it out, and no lie, to the point that, again, as soon as I would sit there and stop doing that, it starts it again. It's kind of amazing how that works. Almost like botting. Almost like exactly what you're seeing in the chats, saying Trump 2028. Yep. Almost as if Donald Trump has all these malicious bots and ads all over YouTube to dominate the platform so that nobody else can. Wow, almost like that. And I've talked about that. I've talked about how you see nothing but scammers and streams, people from other countries doing well. And stuff. Well, because they have a pro-Trump message. Do you realize that in all these other malicious countries, like China and India and stuff like that, they're framing the Venezuelan war as a good thing? I think I saw some sort of like propaganda media from over in, I think it was the Philippines or somewhere over there, where it said something to the effect of many Chinese servicemen bow their heads at hero Trump for bringing the dictator of Venezuela to justice. And then they're like circulating all these memes of Maduro in our country like he's like meeting celebrities and stuff. I wonder how many people actually believe this. Like he's sleeping in hotels in our countries and like there's like people like photobombing him as he's asleep and stuff. I wonder, what you have to realize is while we can see that as a joke and we have free speech and thought, I wonder, and you know, this is being changed in our country too. Like obviously people are being manipulated, not believing any facts and everything. But the whole point is, in other countries where freedom of information is not available, this is being manipulated. Like they're being manipulated. Like I wonder how many of them actually believe that he's doing that. Like no, that guy, like no, he's going to trial. He's like in and out of, like he's in shackles. Trump posted a picture of him like holding a thing of water with a thing over his head. No, like, it's not... What? So, like, you have to understand that, like, all these other countries, India, China, Russia, North Korea, the information is completely made up. Anything that would make their government or anything they do wrong is made up. They just blame it on the United States, and everybody gets on board. Even though the United States has been nothing but freedom fighters until Trump. We have defended the entire planet while having these military bases in NATO and all this outreach and shit. We have done those things. So Trump, while seemingly doing the opposite, is using the same propaganda these retards and these countries are forced to believe because they're forced to be retarded. They're forced into oppression. They're not smart. They're controlled. And quite frankly, they're psychopathic too, because that psychopathic tendencies. They use that. They breed them to be against other people in their country and stuff. What do you think Trump's trying to do? So again, this is, I mean, when we're talking about countries like North Korea, I know I've used this example a lot, but it really should paint a big picture for you when at an elementary level, they're, you know, like their word problems in their textbooks I've used the lady's example, the lady that came from North Korea that told us recently that, you know, their road problems look like this. You know, if you have 5 American bastards and you remove 3 American bastards, how many American bastards do you have left? Okay, so when they're teaching math problems on an elementary level like that, they're teaching to hate on an elementary level too. They're not American bastards, they're just Americans. And again, why are you using Americans? Why not use, I don't know, apples? Oranges? Oh, right, they don't have those because their people are starving. Okay, okay. Sticks, then? Leaves? I don't know. But you don't need to use the term American bastards. I mean, like, it's very clearly for hate mongering and breeding. Okay? That's what it's for. Same thing can be said about Russia, where they go to school and grow up and stuff like that, and there's absolutely nothing done about discipline in their schools. That's Russia's problem. Russia does not give a seemingly intelligent people, but they don't give a fuck what happens, you know, in their education. They do not care whatsoever. India, sort of the same thing, except they'll lie about it. It's the same thing, but they'll lie about it. China, same thing. Like, again, you have just an inherently broken education system where, like, they are nasty and broken people, and they're not taught that they're that way. Because they're not taught that they can think for themselves. It's that simple. In this country, you are. Well, in Europe too. In Europe too, I should say. But, like, that's what you have to realize. In a democracy, a true democracy, you're taught free. You're taught that you can think for yourself and learn for yourself, and, you know, that you'll be taken advantage of. That's the whole point. You'll be taught those things to look out for that. Those other countries, no. They want you to be like that. They want you to be the scammer. They want you to make shit up. They want you to cause a problem. Because if it fits their dictator-like agenda, then there you go. YouTube. YouTube has been allowing the Trump administration to sit here and just take control of their platform. It is very strange. So, one thing I'll say is that I would be willing to bet that if any Democrats or any actual feds that gave a shit, I'm not talking about the idiots, I'm talking about the ones that give a shit. If you would look into this situation, I'll be willing to bet that Trump is holding YouTube hostage. He is forcing them to do this. I'll be willing to bet, because it does not benefit them at all. This is incredibly malicious. Nobody can earn any money. How would you keep track of it? There's too many. It's very clearly for that. It's to flood the gates so that you can't count it. It's malicious. The data is just everywhere. So, that's weaponization of AI, I think, and Trump knows it. So I'd be willing to bet if you looked into it, you'd find out that they don't have a choice. That, like, you know, it's like a sort of a hostage situation. I'll be willing to bet. So, just throwing that out there, that I really think that you need to look at the situation a little bit more carefully and realize that there's real people behind YouTube. While there's a system and there's a server, there's also some real people there somewhere. So somebody is getting to those real people. So just putting that out there for you. I think that it's kind of obvious, but in case we, you know, I mean, I'm sure that, you know, sporadic, not everybody's in here all the time, so. I have to finish up a couple of things here. Yeah, and even looking at just some of the most recent trending scenarios and stuff I've been keeping an eye on, some of the channels, I do think that he's using me as a catalyst and some other people, since I am so regularly respond and give, like, information and stuff on here to what's happening with this and what's happening with this. So he thinks he's getting accurate information, and a lot of times it's just stuff I'm saying. But truthfully, what I have seen is that if I reveal somebody that I watch or something like that, if he can go on there, he being Trump can determine that person is not a voter for him, does not like him, he will sit here and he will use all of those malicious means to attack that person and cause that person to start losing view counts. So, if you're wondering about view counts, yeah, I mean, truthfully, it really is him. And if you can't figure it out, well, that's why you can't figure it out, because he's using the FBI to do it. You won't know if it's they have what they have that allows them to do that secretly. You will not. It's that simple. So it's not legal. They shouldn't be doing it, and they are. So again, I just want to assure you that if that's what you're seeing, I think it's truthfully why Bongino left the FBI. I think that he was always planning to torpedo himself into, again, he's not going to fire anybody anymore. They're going to sort of just leave, right? And so he did this because he didn't have any problem doing anything illegal. He started this, so now it's going. And now they found a bunch of people to incriminate or whatever. So that's what they're doing, and he left, and he's going to seemingly use all of those bots while getting famous off YouTube and stuff like that, and all the Trump stuff, to try to improve his image and then become some sort of, like, podcaster or something like that. And then they're going to sit here and use all these guys to become podcasters and stuff to try to boost the image of whoever Trump has in office, poised to be in office next. So that's all they're going to do. They're sitting here using these guys and using YouTube as a leverage, and lying too. It's completely made up bullshit. It is all with fucking. It is again that day that I said that you could do that, but you can't come on here and say the site and stuff like that. Well, Trump loves shit like that. This is what he's done his entire life. Like, basically the whole point is that stuff that nobody would do. Like, the whole point is you don't fucking do that stuff. It's illegal. It's incredibly illegal. So what does he do? Well, the same thing he's always done his whole life. Illegal shit. I mean, he's embezzled his way into properties and all kinds of stuff. This is what this guy has done his entire life. He has obtained properties illegally and declared bankruptcy and again, like, if the guy is supposedly worth billions, then why is he declaring bankruptcy 6-7 times? Come on. You cannot declare bankruptcy when you're worth billions. Okay? So, again, the IRS should look into that, and then he seemingly takes control of the IRS. Imagine that. Okay, it shouldn't really take a rocket scientist to figure this stuff out, guys. It should just really take anybody paying attention. So my point is that nobody was paying attention before, except kind of for me, and maybe some of the older people that just knew how things worked, okay? So I came on here trying to tell y'all, being one of the only streamers, maybe gamers, that paid attention to politics, I've been aware of this stuff and following these patterns since forever, so I can see it like a mile away when it happens. The problem is everybody else hasn't been, so it's like new information to them. Like they're not willing to. It's been going. I mean, like, this is the way it's been. The Republicans have been going and leaning this way for a while and getting filthier and filthier and filthier. Okay, Reagan was a seemingly decent one. Okay? But again, he came in and seemingly didn't do anything. I've talked about this. He came in and seemingly didn't do anything. He hired really good people to do the jobs, and they did. George H.W. Bush was his vice president. Again, W's dad, and again, the career politician, knew what he was doing. Plenty of people knew. Yeah, these people were great at their jobs. And then George H.W., the whole point is he comes in and he's, president too for a little bit and stuff like that. And so you just have to realize that the point is there's reasons why this happened and these people were good at what they did. It's just that propaganda started winning. So everybody got all woke and all ticked off about George H.W.'s stance on AIDS and stuff like that, and it was the propaganda. He had to feel the way he had to feel if he was going to get elected. It was just it was so stupid how they were being. He would have never, I feel like he would have never, you know what I mean? And the whole point is that was the Christian message at the time. So why is that the Christian message? So the problem is Christianity then, right? Right, but then again, don't get all hateful and stuff. Just say that that's not for me, or again, agree with it and extrapolate what's true instead of what people have made up and turned into propaganda. And it's stuff like that. It is stuff like that, where you can exaggerate something for your own narrative. So eventually the church didn't like swearing. I grew up with an angry, triggered son of a bitch that didn't like swearing too, and this guy claimed to be the most Christian person I ever met. And one time he punched me in the face just because I called him exactly what he was. An annoying, arrogant prick, basically. And every day he was annoying and arrogant, and he didn't understand why. And eventually he hit me in the face when I was, we're just, younger and stuff like that. But the whole point is, he actually got away with this because he was all crying and stuff like that. And I admitted to it. So again, the very Christian person got away with this. I got punched in the face and I got punished. Wait, what? So I started recognizing pretty early on that this was a problem that people had, where they will side with and they will align with the more Christian point of view, whether it's right or not. And what you have to recognize is that asshole was triggered by me calling him names. He was triggered by me calling him a prick or an asshole or something. This is hateful. You should not be... What I say, what I utter, the syllables that I expel out my mouth could very well as much be an or an ugh. Okay? Would you suddenly be offended? No. It would be absurd to you, wouldn't it? So then why are you so offended and upset by when I say fuck? Because other people around you have used this in negative, nasty connotations, and you put that on me. That's not my problem. You have the problem. And everybody has this problem. It is not Christianity, it's hate. You put Christianity in religion. Stop it. Stop it. If I could smack you all across the fucking face, I would. Stop it. You want Jesus Christ? Quite frankly, he'd come back and say, fuck y'all. None of you get the point. Y'all missed it. It's not shit and fuck. It's not even saying goddamn. It's about what you do with the message. Are you doing this? Are you punching people in the face, hiding behind the Bible? Are you taking advantage of kids, hiding it with the fucking Catholic Church? We all know the problems they've had over the years. Are you sitting here doing those things? Are you trying to say that people can only pray if they have their beads with them? What the fuck is the matter with you? Genuinely, what the fuck is wrong with you? These are physical things. You need beads. You need to not say fuck and shit. These are physical things. No, actions matter. Not words. Stop reacting. Stop putting your hate on everybody else. So no, don't blame Christianity. Blame the hate that people interject into it, same way they interject hate and propaganda fucking politics. It's not the Democrats doing that, it's the goddamn Republicans masquerading as Christians. And it looks like a faggot that has an entire park tear gassed for the sake of posing with a Bible in front of a closed church. That's what it looks like. You know why they're screwing with me? Because I'm probably the only person that sits here and says these things in a conclusive, respectful manner that everybody can get behind and back up. I talk like a president should. I actually speak like a president should. And on a whim, at Taco Bell, I sat there. Yeah, that's probably the real reason these guys showed up. They actually liked it. Because I sat there at Taco Bell and on a whim could give you, just out of nowhere, a presidential speech that actually put hope in people, that actually caused people to hope that there really is a future and he's not going to destroy it. That's why. That's the real reason. Yeah, and it pissed off the MAGA cops in the area. They heard it too. That's the real reason. Because on a whim, I can do that. There's no script. I'm not reading from anything here. There is nothing. There is no fucking script. This isn't scripted. There is nothing here to be had about no fucking... And you know, you can... Here we are. Here I am. You know, there's no... I'm just talking right from there, and that's the point. That's the real reason. So you need to be concerned about why hope and the truth threatens this group of people. Why hope and the truth threatens them. Because I got news for you. George W. wasn't concerned when Obama was coming in office. John McCain had to interrupt a voter and take the mic from her because he wasn't concerned when Obama was coming into office. Again, Republicans and Democrats can get along. This new MAGA bullshit, these people figured out that the only way that Republicans can win anymore, because they are just criminals, is by lying to you. Because again, the Democrats were the ones being successful and actually doing anything. That's what you have to realize. They just started lying. So Obama was so successful and really good. So they just, again, McCain, yeah, that was it. It was just Obama was the better candidate. But McCain was great though, and you know, like that's the point. And so we just have these terribly disgusting Republicans. I want to remind you, the system's broken. It's not going to suddenly be fixed this election. Don't go into the election thinking that the independent party is now fixed. Please remember that. Please, for the love of God, remember what I showed you the last election. Please, for the love of God, remember. More importantly than ever, the system's broken. You cannot vote independent. You cannot. You're giving your vote to the guy you don't want. I promise you, please do not do that. I know it sounds crazy. Until it's fixed, you have, until the other parties have a fair chance at real votes, at real numbers, you cannot do that. because this past election showed you what I've been saying. The rich people, and again, the Democrat and the Republican Party have been doing this for X amount of time. They have the investments, okay? You cannot overnight expect the Independent Party to gain that. It will not. If anything, the opposite might happen. You're going to think they're going to have the numbers, and they're going to make sure that they don't. So you have to understand that even Bernie Sanders ran Democratic knowing this. He's an independent. When he ran for president, he ran Democratic knowing this. He's been saying the same things since for freaking ever. That generally speaking, yeah, there's a very obviously more ethical party. And it's sure as hell not the Republicans. So, again, while I do agree with the independent, with typically what they say more times, you have to understand that the Democrats, the reason we're going that way is because you don't vote Republican. You don't. Are you kidding me? And you definitely don't vote independent. So again, when you see that little 6% of your vote going to that independent in every district, in every state, imagine if that little 6% actually went to the larger chunks, like the 30-something% and stuff like that, or 40%, where it's like really close, 50-something and 40-something, and then your little tiny 4% is lingering there, and if it had just gone to the other person, okay? If you had just picked, and it's every election, it's every single one. If you add up and you look at the districts where all these independent votes, you would have simply gave the vote to the other person. So part of me saying this on stream, Donald Trump actually used, because you're not using it. You're not realizing how smart these takes are. I'm telling you this is how it works, and then Donald Trump goes and uses. I have told you he does this. This is when he started the redistricting bullshit. We do that at the end of the decade. We don't just randomly do that. I educate you, like he just starts doing this stuff. It's unbelievable the amount of things that have happened where it's very clear that this guy just has certain people that he's using for information. And then trying to like keep them under a certain par, and stuff like that, so people don't find out he's using them for information. I have told you countless times. He has seemingly changed his mind on something he has never, countless. I don't even know how many times. It's been a bunch of times now. Where he's seemingly changed his mind on something he's always been adamant about. Just out of nowhere, he changes his mind on it, and he gains people's respect back a little bit. Because I've told him all he has to do is do this, and it's a smarter. And he does it, and sure enough, and he was like this for the whole first time he ran, the whole time Biden was in office, all the way up until now, and then suddenly now, all these things in a row. Yeah, okay. So I realized I kept going here a little bit, but I wanted to make sure that I filled in those details for you, for those actually investigating, to be able to do what you need to do. But just rest assured, I really want to let the Democrats know out there that I promise you, Donald Trump really is sitting here using smart people for information. What do you think he's sitting here trying to cancel Kimmel and stuff like that? Like, he's trying to look good while making these guys look bad. So, you know, like, that's messed up. Because Kimmel didn't do anything wrong. No, we're talking about how Donald Trump was the one sitting here, you know, acting like, you know, again, not acting like a normal person acts, you know, just treating it very, very weird. And Kimmel pointing that out, not literally having nothing to say about the person that it happened to. But, you know, talking about Donnie Dickhead, as usual, and of course, you know, tries to take him off the air. What an orange douchebag. I have a question. Why is it that we haven't seen Trump's real hair or real face since, like, I don't know, his 40s? Why? Because he's a fake person that couldn't take the fact that he was aging? Kind of like when he sits here and lies about cognitive exams and stuff like that. Guy's not in his right mind. Not at all. He's using the military to randomly threaten Canada, Mexico, and anyone else that gets involved. He's destroying Venezuela for no reason whatsoever. And you think this guy's in his right mind? When George W. randomly destroyed Iraq, he never heard the end of that shit. We didn't hear the end of the Afghanistan war. We didn't hear the end of that shit. And we were finally without no wars. Oh, right. Remember when he said no new wars? Remember how many times he said we're no new wars? Remember how many times he said he was never going to do that? Remember that? Why don't you go look up some video clips of him saying that? Why don't you go ask the QAnon shaman even how he feels? Because even that guy can't stand him at this point, I think, right? I remember that's the guy, nobody gives a shit what that guy says. Because again, that guy was like the biggest, like he just looked bad, right? Like he showed up looking like he was leading the pack. And now he's seemingly changed his mind. Even that guy. You know, the guy with the face paint and the Viking helmet thing that he was wearing. You know. You know who I mean. Hasn't even he changed his opinion? Even that guy. Interesting. Wow, even that guy. Wow. Remember when I started getting attacked because, remember I called out the fact that nobody knew the cops died? And then suddenly my bit rate started shifting around all over. Remember, nobody knew that cops died on January 6th, and it took me like 30 seconds to investigate this. And basically I was able to determine more than the cops were able to find out. And it literally just took me 30 fucking seconds to be like, oh, this cop that was seemingly healthy randomly had all these emergency fucking visits after this. And randomly just started having, yeah, you see the like come off, the same person doing it. And remember, this person randomly, I want to draw your attention to the likes. They were at a certain number, and now they're being trolled to come off. So the person doing all of those likes is now removing them, as I would talk about this thing that's going to gain some trending. So that's why they're doing that. I just wanted to show you that. They put them on there to do that. So anyway, I talked about how, again, cops died, and nobody cared. And the whole point was that fucking matters. Like, they're not even investigating the fact that these cops died. And so it took me 30 fucking seconds to figure out that this cop, seemingly healthy, was having all these reactions and emergency visits and stuff like trips and stuff like that, just simply because, again, like right after pepper spray, right after getting pepper sprayed at this place, at this January 6th thing and stuff like that. And the whole point is that it took me 30 seconds to research if pepper spray causes, if the side effect that he was having is a common cause of pepper spray. Yeah. If this is a common side effect, and sure enough, I was able to determine that the things that were happening to this cop were because, again, the pepper spray that was administered to him by, again, disgusting looters, rioters, terrorists that showed up to try to overthrow the government because of terrorists. And this cop was there to defend the Capitol. He got pepper sprayed and then proceeded to die, I think, days after the incident, because, again, he kept having emergency visits and stuff like that. And again, the whole point was it took me 30 seconds of research. Oh, a seemingly healthy dude. Oh, let's look up if this is a reaction to pepper spray. Yep. Wow. What? Boy, let me tell you what. But what an investigation. Wow. Brilliant. And the cops didn't do this? No, of course they did. The whole point is that I started finding out, and it was almost like they were trying to communicate that a lot of them were being silenced and stuff like that, and told not to talk about it, yada yada yada. Interesting, isn't it? And I was talking about it, and I'm seemingly being followed around by somebody that really gets pissed off when I talk about January 6th and about how all of MAGA proved in that moment that after that basically they're terrorists. You know, like that anybody that would support him after that, you're a terrorist. You missed the point, because the whole point is you're supporting a cult. Voters don't loot and destroy and show up to overthrow the government based on a lie, a completely misrepresented lie that the president's trying to tell them. No, you don't do that. You impeach, you use bills and things like that. You don't show up to destroy, because the president's a retard and wants to manipulate you into thinking that that's what you would actually do. Are you fucking kidding me? And again, remember this QAnon shaman guy. This guy is so fucking retarded. He actually believes that Trump's speaking in code and all these things mean something. So, no, Jesus Christ, Trump. Trump, again, I want to remind you, this guy stopped losing the ability to write in coherent sentences. He had to hire a speechwriter for his fucking Twitter account. At a certain point, I remember looking at his tweets, and his tweets were fucking bumbling nonsense, completely run-on sentences. I couldn't even understand it. There was no complete thought. It was just bullshit. And at a certain point, somebody went through and deleted all the past ones, sort of around the same time. Elon Musk seemingly bought the thing and changed it to X. And, went through and deleted all the messages and got him a speechwriter and started writing in much more cohesive, postable sentences so that people wouldn't realize just what a fucking retard this guy was. Kind of like his book, The Art of the Deal, wasn't written by him whatsoever. You got somebody to write it for him. And I want to remind you, it's not the art of the deal, it's the art of the steal. It's the art of the scam. It doesn't teach you how to deal. It doesn't teach you how to do that whatsoever. It teaches you how to scam people. It teaches you how to be a slimy salesman and use somebody's desperation, something somebody wouldn't understand, against them. As a martial arts instructor and a business owner, if you're running that martial arts school, do you think it would be slimy for me to have surprise your test? It costs this much. You have to pay me money to test. It's separate from your, and like surprise, You gotta pay. Well, you want to come to this class, you actually gotta pay a cover charge. We're doing a special today, special class. You gotta pay a $20 fee in addition to your subscription. That's called a scam. That's a scam. It's a scam. That is a salesman that understands how to trick you. That's all that is. That is a scam. Why wouldn't they tell you ahead of time? Go somewhere else. Recognize it as such. It's the same asshole that at the fast food place that you all know that I worked at. This piece of shit owner that owns 27, 30 fucking locations started charging for sauce packets. Yep, that motherfucker that owns 27, it's up to him. He doesn't have to charge. Just so that you know, it's on the owner. Yep, they do not want, they would rather you not, actually. They would rather you give them away. The owner can actually charge money for them, and those motherfuckers were sitting there while making shitloads of money, paying a manager 11 fucking 24 an hour after 5 years. They were charging fucking 50 cents a sauce pack for extra sauce packs. Yep, and all because they were pissed off that the drive-through times were through the roof because, we were just trying to be honest that people would wait to the last minute and tell us that they needed more sauce packets. So because those piece of shit owners didn't actually do the work and understand the regular day-to-day, they just put more pressure on us, and it would piss off the customers. So we would have to inform them, and they would just yell and bitch and be like, "What? I just paid this? No, give me it." They would be like, "No, no!" They would actually like really pissed off. And these retards, they actually they think we would exaggerate. They're just fucking retarded. They don't actually do the job. These assholes, they come in half the time, walk behind the counter. Remember, they're never even supposed to enter the kitchen. And they're walking behind the counter with open-toed sandals, making themselves a fucking salad right on the fucking sandwich bar. That again, they're not supposed to be even touching that. And they're sitting there putting their fucking bare hands in it, making themselves a salad with open-toed fucking sandals. And then again, they're the ones charging extra money for the sauce packets and shit like that, which is pissing off the customers. And then the customers blaming the employee like they have anything to do with it. That's what they think. They think the employee's making money on the side or something like that. They really think that. And then meanwhile, these dumbass owners are actually the ones doing it. And this faggot pulls in with a new fucking Porsche every time I see him. The few times I do, he fucking pulls in. He is a faggot, by the way. But he pulls in with a Porsche every single fucking time I see him. Yeah, he has to come there with his Porsche. So the problem is the rich people. They aren't capped. Let me ask you something. When that happens in a video game, what happens to the game? Does it ruin it for everybody else? When that happens in WoW and it happens in a video game, does it ruin it for everybody else? Does it make it so that everybody else can't play and that person can... Oh, what's the word? Trump the entire game? Oh, that's right! There's this modern colloquialism we were all using before he was even president, which means to essentially cheat somebody out of their fucking money. Holy fucking shit, that's right! An entire modern colloquialism out of trumping somebody. Hence the T-rump bullshit they're doing, and they actually like it. Fucking Christ, people are stupid. Vote for somebody that isn't gonna rape you of all your money for once. You know, I'd be willing to bet that people, again, you'd run for president and you'd be a good candidate and shit like that, but people will never vote for you just because you call them stupid. And you're probably right, too. Like, they're probably literally some pretty fucking stupid people. And they're so dumb and hateful, they wouldn't trust you. Remember, you know. And you're pointing out the problem is that they're too fucking dumb to acknowledge and stupid to do anything about it. They just keep voting for this retard. And meanwhile, again, you know this. You would be the better candidate. But again, they would just never vote for that candidate because, again, you're calling them fucking stupid. Which is exactly what they are. It's literally the truth. So, again, they don't want the truth. That's the point. They can't handle the truth. As Jack Nicholson once said. And by the way, just so that you know, the character in that movie that said that, since everybody uses that wrong, I'd just like you to know, since I'm a huge fan of Cruise and his movies, I'd like to let you know you're misusing this, okay? That line, he's a bad guy. Jack Nicholson classically played bad guys. That guy is a bad man. He was bad. You can't handle the truth. Watch the movie. Stop using lines that you don't understand. Because that guy would have voted for Trump. Guarantee it. Yep, that's exactly the type of thinking. Great movie. That had Demi Moore in it even, too. I remember that. That had Demi Moore in it. You should go watch it. It's a good fucking movie. You might actually learn something. Well, Kevin Bacon action for you, too. Watch it. Watch A Few Good Men. Watch it. Because that's what's happening to basically everybody in this country that is good. That is exactly what's happening. And not enough people exist like that lawyer, like the guy that Cruz is playing in that are willing to get to the truth, that are willing to get to the bottom of things. And stick their necks out to do it. Because if you remember, the whole point was there was some pretty crazy stuff going on around that. So yeah, you want to look at the way legal's gonna look at that? Yeah, watch that movie. I promise you, you're gonna sit here, and you're gonna try to sit here, and you're gonna get away with that. See, that's the problem. Trump's trying to sit here and get away with things, get away with things, get away with things. And meanwhile, we actually have a real checks and balances legal system like that. That's how it's supposed to work. You're not supposed to sit here and come in and use your money to go around that. I'm working on this stuff while I talk to you guys here and there. Just coming back and forth, continuing to work on. I have to finish. Obviously, I'm not going to say what it is, finishing up a few things here, but I just figured I would come back and forth rather than leave you sit here. Oh wait. Oh wait. Oh wait. The whole thing, that movie kind of reminds me of the thing that's happening right now where Trump literally just banned all of the transgenders in the military for seemingly just basically no reason whatsoever. Yeah, so basically, by going backwards on that, it causes a hateful sort of resistance to it, where service members see them, you know, removed and treated a certain way. It's to cause that. Just remember why the person is hitting the emoji. Just remember. The troll recognizes psychologically that if you have somebody willing to laugh, if there's somebody laughing along at this thing, you will laugh at that thing too. So, just remember all the times I pointed out things that really weren't amusing. So this person, was trying to make it seem like it was amusing. So just want to throw that out there. Alright. Got a lot going on here. Sorry about that. What the heck is that? Apparently I never grabbed that. What the heck? Okay. That worked. Wow. Way to not cast it at the target. Jesus. No tracking whatsoever. Just have to be locked one direction. And it's the direction you're facing. So if you're looking the other way with the camera, but your character's facing the way, you're gonna cast whatever direction your character's facing. It's completely fucking absurd. Like that. They're facing that way. Thanks for the lift. I've never seen that happen in my entire life in this game. Thanks for the lift. Yep. Yeah. No. Alright. I go here. Do this quick. Get this guy. I'm gonna have my flail too. My flail too. Okay, let's see here. Let's see here. Okay, let's go clear out some guys here. We'll clear out some guys here. Yep. There's a bunch of them down there. String. Okay. Remember what I told you about this group. It's mainly just the guy in the cave that's a pain. But I'm sure at some point he's not. It's that guy down there. And he doesn't give you very much. Out of mana here. I think I these over here. Man, I'm gonna have to remember that. This is a really easy way to connect all these areas. Just keep moving. Hear him. that's where that dragon was. Alright, so... I'm just thinking about this. It's pretty cool. Yep. That's pretty awesome how that connects there. Alright, that's awesome. So if I go back over here, it just sort of kind of connects through that little area. Go back up this way, I guess. Sort of head on over through here. And that lets us out here. We can get these guys too. Yeah. Wow, so that's awesome. I would skip him. And I'm right here. Oh, this guy. I'm probably gonna stop the stream here, guys. Thanks for watching. Appreciate it.